All right, well, we're a couple minutes past the hour, so we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning. This is Jason, Chair of the task force. Good to see everybody. It's been a little while since we've gotten together. Last time was as we celebrated the first year and the first ADERs going live in the market. It's good to get everybody back together. You've got on the screen a portion of the agenda, and we'll go through it. But before I dive into the agenda, just a reminder that this session is being recorded. It will be put on our world famous YouTube page. So for those of you that have colleagues that couldn't make it, or for task force members that couldn't make it, or if you have to hop in and out, remember that our YouTube page is there where these meetings can be accessed. So just a reminder about our antitrust admonition. I've read it to you all a number of times. I won't read it to you again, but just a reminder that as we do with all of our meetings, that the task force representatives and other members of their organizations are committed to compliance with federal and state antitrust laws, and we will conduct ourselves as we always do with the highest level of ethical standards in this meeting. So with that, let me just remind folks, since it's been a little while since we've done this, that you can raise your hand on Teams, and I will do my best to recognize people that have raised their hands if we have questions as we go. You're always welcome to also just interrupt, but raising your hands is a little bit more orderly. I do want to bring to folks' attention that Greg Thurner with Tesla is here today, sitting in for our vice chair, Arushi, who couldn't make it. And just a reminder that we do have a couple of new folks on the task force since we last got together. So welcome to Jaden and Rajiv and to Michaela. And then we've got Wayne from CPS Energy standing in for Drew this year. So welcome to all of you new folks to the task force. With that, let me pause and just see if anybody has any questions before we dive into the agenda or anything that they want to say to get us started. All right, then. So let me share briefly the agenda that I wanted to go through today. And especially for item number 3, I want there to be enough time for good discussion. So I hope we make it through the entire agenda today. If we don't, that's fine. I put time on our calendar for next week for a continuation of the workshop if we don't get into it. But I first wanted to start out by just reminding ourselves of some things in the governing documents, since it might have been a while since we looked at it, that does get triggered by the start of phase 1 for real, where you've got assets that are participating in the energy market and ancillary services market. So I'll just cover a few things in the governing document, more just for awareness, and I won't cover everything, but they were good reminders for me when I went back through and looked at it. Then I want to talk about some of the things that topics that have come up over the last number of months. And I've listed them there under item 3. I may not have captured everything, but I tried to catch them in larger buckets of items that I really want us to come up with proposed paths forward, right? So we've identified some issues. We really need to spend some time brainstorming on proposed paths forward, and kind of unconstrained by anything, right? What is the art of the possible to address these issues? And then we can debate about it as a task force. We can seek others' input. And remember, we operate on a majority consensus basis. And so once we know what the art of the possible is and the whole scope of potential answers to these questions, we can see what kind of consensus we can reach. Then we'll close out with some additional dates that will be driven largely by some of this discussion today, I think. But I want to have a work plan for the rest of the year because the holidays will be here soon and people's calendars will fill up. And so I want to work with you all to make sure that we know what we're going to do for the rest of the year. So if that agenda is generally acceptable, we can dive in. But let me pause here to see if that doesn't meet people's expectations. All right. I'm going to stop sharing that document. I'm going to go to the governing document, I hope. All right. So again, I'm not highlighting everything that's relevant. I'm highlighting a couple of things that I thought would be good reminders. And then a lot of this work falls on our friends at ERCOT. So I welcome y'all to chime in if you want to say anything about it. I'm not expecting you to say anything about it. Like I said, these are just things I thought I'd pull forward and make sure we all had top of mind. But once the ADERs are providing energy and non-spin for at least 3 months, that does trigger an ERCOT outline of phase 2 of the pilot project, right? We've talked about what does phase 2 look like? When does phase 2 start? This is a good reminder that we need some time behind us. And then it's ERCOT's responsibility to start thinking about that once they have at least 3 months behind us, right? So we're not quite at that point, but we'll get to that point relatively quickly. And then, the task force obviously has a role in providing input to that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a bit. Later on in the document, there are a number of required analyses and studies. So I just call your attention to that. It's just a good reminder of a fair amount of work that's required, including looking at PFR during this first phase of the pilot, right? So before we get too excited about phase 2, we have to remember that there are some things that are required to be done during phase 1, which we're in right now. So that's included on page 15, and then a number of reports based on what goes on in phase 1 that's on that next page. So I know I scrolled through it really quick. It's not meant for us to dwell on. I just wanted to bring all of that to your attention as work product that is in the governing document. Some of that work product is going to inform stakeholders, the commission, on a goodly number of things, right? So as we start thinking about next steps and what we want to see, I thought we'd start with a reminder of the analysis and studies that are already required, so we don't need to say what we should get a study on X, right? Because there's some stuff in there already that we should expect to see. So let me pause there and see if anybody has any questions, comments on that.
Hey, Jason, just a point of reference, the 3-month mark should be sometime in December. I don't know if it'd be more convenient to start in the new year, but wanted to share that with the task force.
It's great. Catherine, I see your hand.
Hey, could you go back up to the piece that you had highlighted there at the top about the 3 months?
Oh, yep.
Yeah, I think Greg is right as far as the 3 months of dispatch of energy. I don't want to talk about anything too specifically because a lot of it, the information is still within the 60-day period of still being confidential under the protocols. But right now, you know, we haven't had non-spin deployment as of yet. So that's just a thing to keep in mind regarding this provision. So
Yep, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not triggered yet, right? But this is just something I wanted to point out. Thanks for that clarification, Catherine.
Sure.
Wayne, welcome to the task force.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm gonna play my newbie card here and just ask also. Yeah, so it is way right at that section there. The way it reads is it's at least 3 months, right? So it doesn't actually phase 2, I guess, doesn't actually necessarily have to start in, well, I guess we have to have the non-spin dispatch, right, as well. But then it's at least 3 months. It doesn't have to be like phase 2 starts, or has that been requested that it was mentioned that phase 3 months would be around the December timeframe. Is phase 2 going to start then, or is that what thoughts are on that?
Yes, I can share my thoughts, but they're just one person's thoughts. So you're reading it correctly that it's at least 3 months, and then ERCOT will commence work on that outline of phase 2. There's not a deadline or a date certain by which phase 2 happens, right? But if you take a step back and think about where we started, this pilot project is expected to be a multi-year pilot project. I think our charter talks about at least 3 years, or it talks about the 3-year concept, right? So I would say it's inconsistent with that concept for it to take 3 years to go to phase 2. But there's not a date certain for phase 2. I think as you, I think we want to talk about as a task force what we kind of think about phase 2 timing, and then ERCOT will have their own views. But at some point, before we get too wrapped up around when's phase 2 going to happen, like, what is phase 2? What do we mean by phase 2, right? So that's why I wanted to point this out. I found it an interesting, mile marker on our journey that sometime after 3 months of both energy and non-spin being dispatched is a good time for us to expect to have that conversation really starting to take shape, right? But let me stop there and see if I know there are a lot of raised hands. Does anybody want to comment on that? John, Greg, or Amy?
Well, thank you, Jason, and good afternoon, everyone on the task force. I guess as you were scrolling through the document, the thought that came to mind, and perhaps as a discussion point at some point in the agenda today, we could just get a readout from ERCOT on the types of ADERs that have so far participated in this pilot. And I guess, when I was just scrolling through my copy of the governing document on the other screen here, I don't see us having an ability to revise the governing document, or I guess propose a revision of phase 1 to ERCOT. And what came to mind is I don't feel like, and maybe there is, I just don't know, a diversity of ADERs yet in participating. And as you scrolled through, I'm like, I think last fall, maybe we all had rose-colored glasses about how easy or hard it would be. Maybe we're thinking it was going to be easier. And so, a lot of the reports and studies that the document talks about, I feel like they'd be more fruitful. Of course, I'm not ERCOT and I'm not a technical expert, but I feel like they'd be more fruitful if there was a more diversity of participants, the kind of equipment and devices being, deployed in the market as an ADER. And so I don't need to go on about it. That's my basic point, is I'm just kind of curious about that and just wondering, like, it seems premature to even be talking about outlining phase 2, because I still feel like it's just a very limited data point or data set that we have right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And you know, I included on the agenda a couple of items for us to talk through in terms of some of the caps, some interoperability issues. You know, I'm it's ERCOT's pilot and governing document, but so this is just again my view is that phase 2 doesn't necessarily have to be drastically different than phase 1. It could be things that address issues that are in phase 1, and maybe phase 2 becomes the phase 1 we wish we had, right? And so I'm at least viewing it that way, but that's just from my viewpoint, and ERCOT may have a different viewpoint, and everybody on the task force may have a different viewpoint. But that's why sometimes I've, in my mind, called it phase 1B, maybe more appropriate than a phase 2. But Greg and then Amy after that.
Yeah, thanks, Jason, and appreciate context since I'm latecomer to this task force. I didn't realize we were waiting for the deployment of non-spin as a condition to start phase 2. When I read the highlighted words, this is dispatch of energy and non-spin provision. I guess if I were writing this today for clarity, I'd say dispatch of energy and provision of non-spin. But the only difference between providing non-spin and energy is that you're holding that reserve out. Was the intent to have a dispatch of non-spin or a deployment of non-spin prior to progressing further?
Catherine,
I
maybe
can
best.
chime in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
thank
can
you.
chime in. I honestly, when we wrote this, I think that maybe for myself, just speaking for myself, maybe I assumed that we would be seeing deployment of both of those at the same time. And so we wouldn't have this situation where we've only seen energy and not non-spin. I guess I was just pointing out, to me, that's how it reads, that you would need to have at least 3 months of both. But I also think, to Jason's point, it's maybe good not to get so wrapped around the axle about that, and more to focus on what, if there is a phase 2, what do we want that to look like? When is the appropriate time to move to phase 2? Have we learned enough from phase 1 to even be talking about phase 2? And kind of focusing on that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd have to. I would share your read of it if it didn't have the word provision, right? Because then it would be
Mhm.
dispatch of energy and non-spin. But obviously, if the intent was to see that, I don't know. I'll think on it for a minute. Thank you though for the context.
Sure.
Thanks, Catherine. Amy?
Yeah, hey, thanks everyone. Thanks, Jason, for pulling us all together, getting us all back together. Two thoughts. One, building on what John mentioned about, I think the demonstration of phase 1 could include sort of additional data for this group to consider on, how things have been going or not been going. What are those obstacles, and that data from ERCOT? I think that will help us in the conversation about how to get to phase 2. And then similar, Jason, just to do a sort of a +1 for you, for what you had mentioned, is I kind of considered where my thought was on phase 2 was thinking about it from, that could be, how do we improve this non-spin pathway? Are there areas of improvement for that pathway? That could be phase 2, like you said, those learnings. Is it technology changes, or the technical requirements, or the financial signals to customers, et cetera? Or is phase 2 different pathways that ERCOT should consider after hearing from this task force, of things like ECRS? Or are there new pathways or additional things that, different pathways to encourage as many DER resources as possible to be able to help serve the grid? So I had it open in my mind of which way it would be, and would encourage us to try to keep an open mind of improving non-spin, and potentially adding other pathways that could bring even more resources to the table.
Yeah, I think that's right. Because I guess my viewpoint is informed by the fact that we haven't maxed out the megawatts available to us in phase one. And so I do think that whether we call it phase 1B or phase 2 or whatever, I think we need to address whatever's keeping us from maxing out what we have today. And whatever changes are necessary, maybe that becomes the next phase, right? But I'm also open-minded. If we don't think we're ever going to max out what we've got for some other fundamental problem, and small tweaks around the edges is not going to get us there, then we should have that conversation too, right? I don't have an expectation of what the final result is in mind, and that's really when we get to section 3 of the agenda, where we're going to start tackling some of these issues with proposed solutions, and then that I think will inform next steps. So appreciate that. Resmi, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Ron. So I had a question about two things. One, the non-spin. Non-spin, there can be test deployment if ERCOT is wanting to evaluate the provision of non-spin by the ADER, then ERCOT can do a test deployment of the ADER that is providing non-spin to understand it. So that can start off the phase 1. That's one. Another, in the governing document, while we were developing the governing document, we had discussions about whether ADERs need to be SCED dispatchable for providing non-spin, and we decided that to start off with, we can do it as a SCED dispatchable resource, but ERCOT will go and evaluate providing non-spin using blocky response, similar to non-controllable load resources providing non-spin. And that can be added after the governing document is finalized, because it takes some time for it to be evaluated. So why I'm raising that is large, or not even large, C&I loads are mainly powered by backup generation, which operate in either on or off condition, and they can't follow the updated desired base point, and hence follow the SCED dispatch, but they can provide non-spin, and removing that barrier could provide more opportunities for resources to participate as the ADER. So two questions for ERCOT. One is, can non-spin testing be done to trigger this? And can that next step of barrier be removed? Whether ERCOT had the chance to look at blocky response being allowed in ADER.
Thanks, Kim. You were next. You may be able to answer those.
Yes, let me just back up a little bit. I think some of the questions Resmi asked were pretty good, but yeah, I think again, most of us were thinking we would have more and different types by this time. And so I think we should kind of evaluate, why don't we have more? Why don't we have different times? And I think we should think about, whether or not we call it 1B or 2, whatever the phase name is, what is it we would like to do in this next phase? And I think we can definitely take back the idea of, if we're not, this is a good thing, we're not naturally doing a lot of non-spin deployments, but maybe we could do a test of non-spin, and that would satisfy, what we need there. But I really would hope that we basically generate a list of things we would like to do in either the next phase or the phase after. And then we kind of evaluate, well, what can we try to do in this next phase, and see what that looks like. That's all I had.
Got it. And did you have any comment on the blocky response part of Resmi's question?
Yeah, I think we all would like to see that capability. Today I can't say, yes, should explore and see if we can get it in the next phase and why we wouldn't want to do that.
Got it. Thank you. Resme, did that answer
Yeah,
the
thank
question?
you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. All right, Cal.
Hi, yeah. Thanks. Really interesting meeting. And I guess one of the things I wanted to raise was you mentioned what are some of the barriers we might want to remove to enable more participation. I work for Voltus and we're a QSE in ERCOT, but we are not in LSE. And so one of the questions we had is there a plan in phase 2 to remove the requirement that the QSE be the LSE? You know, obviously having to enroll as a CLR, that is a requirement. We have lots of NCLRs that participate, and in that case, there is not the same requirement that the QSE be the LSE. So I think that could open the door to substantially more resources enrolling. You know, we have some customers who have lots of different LSEs, but could aggregate potentially loads and participate in this if some of those requirements were relaxed. So that was one thing I was wondering about.
So I hope you didn't want me to try to answer that right here on the spot, but I think that's what we should do, is we should start writing those things down so that we can start digesting them and figure out which ones can we handle, which ones we can't. I know as we've been going through, we've noticed a few little things in the governing document and have questioned, well, why is that in there? Do we really need that? And I think we just collectively need to start gathering things like that. And then again, we can figure out, here's 20 items, which ones can we handle in the next phase?
Thanks, Ken.
So
Thanks, Cal.
yeah, if you perceive that as I didn't answer the question, then you got it right.
No, I understand it's probably takes a lot more in-depth discussion, but just wanted to raise that as a question. Thanks.
Yeah. Again, let's get them written down and then we can take them back and really look at them and figure them out.
Yeah, so when we get to the next section, I'll make sure that as we've got the agenda up, I'll start writing up the questions, and you know, we can compare notes. I know Tiffany does a good job of keeping us in line as well. So Ken, I think that's a perfectly good answer in terms of what the next step is. So I appreciate that. Greg.
Me again. I just wanted to echo what Kenneth and Reshmi said and add that the non-spend qualification test includes a deployment where we release the schedule and follow skid base points. And I suspect that anyone who's had to qualify through that process has done that. But I'm worried I'm beating a dead horse. I'm going to take Kenneth's suggestion and maybe add it to the list in the next section of the meeting. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, no problem. Ned, you're up.
Thanks, Jason. And Kenneth, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but in response to Cal's question, I am curious, does ERCOT think that they could implement the LMP minus proxy dollar G settlement that you know, TAC had approved for I guess it was loads and sked V2 about 10 years ago?
Obviously, we'd have to take that back and look. I mean, I don't know if that was really something we had in the governing document that's something we would do. But yeah, so I don't know. We'd have to take a look at that.
Okay. I think that would be an important item to cross off before going down that path.
All right. Any more comments before we wrap this particular section up? I think this was all a very good discussion. I think Tiffany may share her screen and keep us honest on the questions that we come up with. Make sure we capture them correctly as we go forward. So thank you, Tiffany, for doing that. Much appreciated. Perfect. So the next thing I wanted to do I don't want to take Tiffany's list off the screen, but there were. I'll maybe start with, and I'll give y'all a choice. How about this? Interoperability has come up a number of times, and then the TDUs have raised a number of times the desire to have some density of the ADERs. I thought we could talk about what some solutions might be to those issues. Do y'all want to take interoperability first, or the TDU desire to see some concentration first? Any preference? Why don't I start with the density on the distribution system then? So I think this group has been consistent in raising that issue, the TDU group, in raising that issue of wanting to see, wanting the pilot project to really test the system, show us what ADERs at scale might mean for the distribution system in terms of how it reacts, what complications there may be, does it require any asset considerations from a T&D perspective. We haven't really thrown out a lot of concrete solutions to that issue. So let me throw out one that is, I'm not suggesting it's a good idea. I'm just giving you examples of ideas. But the TDUs have energy efficiency programs. Some of the TDUs have solar programs as part of those energy efficiency programs. And part of the reason to have energy efficiency programs is to transform the marketplace, right? So you've got a number of market transformation programs. A TDU could provide rebates for solar and battery installation in large multifamily buildings and get some scale by essentially subsidizing the installation of those assets. That's not an overnight solution, but there hasn't been an overnight solution so far. And so that is one example of how we could solve the issue that we've raised a number of times on that topic, right? I'm not saying that's a good idea. I'm just saying that is a way to do it, to get 50 or 100 batteries on the same circuit. And that's the kind of density that I think the TDU sector was talking about. Any other ideas that people have in terms of how to tackle this? And Greg, I see your hand is up. I don't know if you mean it to be up or if I haven't called on you.
Dale, sorry.
JT.
Hey, brother.
Hey.
I guess my question for the TDUs would be, and maybe the rest of our the OEMs and providers out here probably have a similar question: is how would we know where some of the critical hotspots within your distribution or any TDU distribution footprint, like where are those hotspots? And I, because knowing where they are, right, we could then potentially either look at existing installs in those areas or target market to that and go after those, those assets with some incentive that would allow us to give you that cluster that you're looking for to see what that impact could be should they be engaged.
Yeah, and I can speak from my standpoint, and Martha, I welcome your thoughts because I know you've brought this up a number of times as well. But I don't know that there are particular spots that we want it to happen in. The important thing is to have some kind of density, kind of regardless of where it is, and understanding that is tough for for folks to be able to figure out, because you're not looking at customers presumably on a circuit by circuit basis. You're marketing to customers wherever they may possibly be, right? And so, but Martha, do you have any thoughts in response to JT's question?
Yeah, this is Martha from Encore. I actually agree with where you were headed on that, Jason. I mean, on the one hand, I like the idea of TDUs providing locations, but honestly, that's always made me uncomfortable because this is a competitive market service. And we don't, we're very careful as TDUs about providing competitive advantages to, the big generators. And I think, to me, there's some ambiguity. I know this is a pilot, but at the same time, I have some discomfort with that because these are competing with other wholesale market resources to provide energy and non-spin. I was actually hoping that some of the discussions that were raised earlier about barriers that exist in phase one, that as we work through those will naturally help increase participation levels such that, Encore has, good concentrations of ADER participating customers to study. And I know we haven't gotten there yet, but I think the interoperability issue is probably a key one that needs to be looked at and thought through. So I think that's the feedback I have for right now, Jason.
Yeah, no, I
Martha,
appreciate that.
can I ask a clarifying question to Martha real quick though? Good to hear your voice, Martha. When you say non-competitive though, are you referencing that? I'll just use my example. Greg and I, we compete against one another, so to speak. But like I have access to it, but Greg doesn't. Versus just having a location where all of that information is available, and whether or not I take advantage of it, or Sunrun, or Sonova, or Voltus, or whomever wants to go and try, like they would have open access to said information under an NDA.
So. Of course. Yeah, I mean, I understand your point about there's an avenue conceptually where a TDU could be providing information to all the pilot participants. But the concern I have is that these are resources competing with other wholesale market resources, big generators on the transmission system. And so I get a little uncomfortable with how that all plays in together, because as a TDU, we're extremely careful about giving out sensitive information that would confer some competitive advantage to wholesale market resources. And these ADERs are a wholesale market resource. So it wasn't about providing information to the participants, but these resources getting information that other wholesale market resources do not have.
Okay. And I only asked that, Martha, because I know when I've seen, for example, all source type of requests for proposals outside of the state of Texas, and usually they're probably geared more toward larger solar storage types of offerings or solutions, not necessarily resi, but like that information is put somewhere where anybody can go and access it that plans on bidding in that competitive environment, regardless of whether you're a developer or residential CNI, whatever. So that's what prompted the kind of the back and forth there. But thank you for the feedback on that.
Sure.
Yes, I think that it's not quite the same as an all source RFP, but what I was thinking in terms of the EE program way of doing it, right there, if a TDU offers a market transformation program to pay for all or part of a resource to be installed in a multifamily facility, the TDU doesn't just go out and do that. We work with market participants to implement those programs, and whether it's done on a competitive basis or whatever basis, right, that would be up to the TDU to propose and the PUC to approve a program. And that gives, that addresses the competitiveness problem that Martha raises, right? Because we're not picking winners and losers other than under parameters approved by the commission, just like we do today with our various programs that different vendors actually implement. So Just something to think about. I see Martha's hand up and then Christina.
Sorry, I meant to put it down, but just
No
in
problem.
case it wasn't clear, that my comment about the competitive advantage wasn't related to the EE
Yeah,
suggestion. It was, okay, cool, thanks.
yeah. No, I think that was related to a separate question of can the TDUs just tell us where the hotspots are? Which again, if you do it through, and I keep going back to EE, I'm not trying to advocate for that, but under that idea, again, we the TDU wouldn't particularly care where it's done. I don't care where I have density on the system. I just want that. So let me turn to Christina and then Michaela.
Hey, Jason.
Hey.
Hey, so my question is on the multifamily one, just sort of staying within like the framework of the competitive market, if it's a, apartment complex where everything is separately metered, right? All of those tenants have individual choice about like which provider they want to go to. So in this scenario, you thinking that like the owner would have like larger scale batteries and the customer would be the owner. And that's actually what would be taken care of and maybe subsidized somewhat in rate base to where that would sort of be the relationship. And it's not that the owner would be telling everybody within their complex, no, you have to go with whoever the provider is, who is my provider. Because I know that's been an issue that's come up like in other contexts. I'm just making sure we're all kind of clear about how that would work, even though it's an idea, like a conceptual idea, just to
Yeah, no, you raise a good question on how to actually implement it, and that may be where it falls apart, right? Because yeah, I wouldn't expect it to interfere in the competitive market. That it just an idea of how you get some density. I don't know how you would actually implement it.
I think there's a way that could probably be done if it's understood that you could have the relationship with the owner of the complex and the battery could be used. You just have to and make sure it doesn't compromise the tenant's ability to choose or use energy how they want to.
That's right. That's right. But fair question on that, Michaela.
Hey, so I had a quick question on the like just telling us where to put the DERs. Is that going to intersect at all with the commission taking up the question of hosting capacity analysis? I have a memory that there's going to be a task force about that separate question. Is that going to intersect with what we're doing here at all?
I welcome others that haven't answered. I understand the question. I don't know the answer.
Okay, I'll table that and maybe do some investigation. But yeah. I do think I think the hosting capacity analysis question might be an input for like how we go about answering that question as well. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Jade. Good to see you. You're muted.
Right. Sorry. Thanks. It's good to see everybody here. I just want to kind of rehash what I'm hearing a little bit from the utilities. I'm understanding that it's not so much an issue of where the density is, but what happens when there is density. And so this seems to me kind of a continuation of the why don't we have more participants question, or how do we get more participants question. And so I'm really looking forward to discussion around how we might see more participation and discussion from some of us who haven't participated about potentially like why and what would increase that participation. Because I do think that's probably the most critical thing that we're looking at going into phase 2 of this is how do we get more participation and what do we need in order to do that? And so anyone from the utility side, if I've misrepresented that, like, please correct me, but that's kind of how my understanding moving forward in the conversation today.
No, I think that's fair. And we'll quickly kind of finish the discussion on the density issue. The reason why I wanted to highlight it separate from the very good question that you raise is let's take Houston, for example, right? So we get approximately 25% of the 80 megawatts here. Even if you fully subscribe it, I don't know that you get the density, right? Spread across 5,000 square miles with almost 3 million meters. And that's why I think, we could have a fully subscribed pilot and still not have the density piece. So I do agree that having more will increase the likelihood of having density, but I don't know that you necessarily just get the density by having more. So that's why I wanted to highlight it separate. And Encore, presumably in a similar boat, they cover a significant geography. Just ensuring that there's some density to look at is one of the success components for the TDU sector of the pilot. So I just didn't want to lose that piece. So
gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah. So Ned, I'll move to you, and then we'll wrap up the discussion on density.
I had a similar question to what Jaden had asked, so I'll rephrase it, and it's just more of a general level setting. Is addressing the density issue a phase 2 threshold criteria, or is it? My recollection is that was something that the TDs wanted to explore through the course of the pilot, not necessarily as a threshold issue for phase 2. Am I remembering that correctly?
From my perspective, yes. I won't speak for every utility, but I don't see it as a gating item. But if we are going to address it in an intentional way, like through a proposed energy efficiency program that has to go through an approval process and then be implemented, you're looking at 2025 probably before you realistically are doing that. So I just didn't want the entire 3-year pilot program to get away from us if the way we're actually going to achieve this goal is a longer term play, right? So in my opinion, it's not a gating item for phase 2. Welcome others that may have a different view.
I agree, Jason. This is Martha.
All right, Mr. King.
Hey, folks. So, Jason, it strikes me that actually you mentioned the utility efficiency programs. You do have authority for piloting things under those programs. And if there were value to the utility to get the density in order to get the experience with what the impact is and how you respond and all that, you could actually put some additional incentive out for people to come to a designated place. Could be a competitive bid thing, or you could just offer it and see if anybody takes you up on it. It may just be that we're a little early in the market, but perhaps that is an option that's available to you. Now, I have, as you know, I just sent you a note, the batteries being installed, but they're standalone. They're not coupled with load, so I don't think that fits in this program quite. But again, I think you have some pilot authority that doesn't require that long lead time. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we have some R&D ability too. So I think we can, if this is something that we want to explore as a task force, I think there's a path forward, and we can look at the shortest path. Amy?
Yeah, just quickly to respond to that, I think one of the things that I've been thinking about in response to this pilot, and then the ADER pilot, and then even the request, the RFP that came out that allows demand response, right, and that's currently open. How to get to the density and to get as much participants as possible. One of the differences, I guess, as far as the discussion on density and thinking about the EE programs or even the demand response programs that the TDUs have, is what's helpful with that is that you have the price set first, and that it's hard, you can't really get homeowners or small businesses to participate without knowing what that price signal is. And so that, I think, is one of the challenges of, you know, what's the value in ERCOT at what time in some of these programs versus a traditional demand response programs that TDUs might be best suited to administer, which creates the price point that then customers understand, oh, okay, if I invest in a battery, this is how much I will get as far as a payment for performance. And so I think, like, for an example, and this is not to talk about the RFP, but just different pathways, you'd have to have customers sign up and commit first before the bid goes in. That for homeowners and small businesses doesn't make sense. So maybe thinking about the EE programs or that pilot ability that TDUs have with demand response, right? Of, like, for example, doing the winter pilots, right? Is it also looking at what's the substance of those programs to bring in different technologies like storage? But I think that could be one of the benefits or challenges, is that you have almost like a set market signal, which is different from what we've all been talking about as far as responding to ERCOT pricing. Does that make sense? Okay, thanks.
Yes. Thanks for that viewpoint. All right, let's close that one out. Only because I'm mindful of our time, and we've used up about half of our time allotted today, and I want to make sure we get to a couple of these other ones at least. So why don't we go to interoperability? So we'll take the easy one first and go to that. Are there thoughts on what to do on this topic? Do we believe that this is a problem we need to solve? I've heard it a number of times, so I think the answer to that is yes. But John, you raised your hand. Why don't you go?
Yeah, I held off raising my hand on the density question because I think almost the two issues are related. Because if a TDU that's in the competitive area found density, like, what would you learn from the density? Like, there's something happening on your grid that you need to react to, you need to take some action to. Maybe there's something on the grid that you would like to use that density to address. And so I think, when you think about it that way, I mean, really what we're doing, we're in a very laser focused discussion about how to use these distributed energy resources. And we're talking about it from an ancillary services perspective. But as a NOE TDU, DSP, we think about DERs from the perspective of demand response. So peak reduction, peak shaping, peak shifting, ancillary services, now that there's this pilot, maybe addressing them for network congestion management. And so when you really think about the full purpose of using DERs from our perspective as the grid operators, the distribution grid operators, and I don't mean to sound so proprietary to all the other folks in the task force, but as really the folks who have to manage the grid for 365 days a year, we have to have interoperability. And just kind of looking at IEEE 1547, 2018, and I'm no expert on any of these, but IEEE 2030, I think we really need to consider those and figure out, are those the right standards? And I think they do get us on the pathway. I don't want to speak for Pecan Street, but I visited with Scott last week. I didn't see him on the meeting. I was hoping he was here because he has thoughts about 2030, getting us closer to that. And he's an engineer, so he could explain it way better than I could. But I think just having the ability to have assets on the grid that the utility operator could take advantage of in the right circumstances is hugely important. And so, what I'm seeing in just this year of being part of the task force is there's these kind of stovepipe proprietary systems being built where as an operator of the grid, you might not be able to get into. And, you could have like a density of assets at a multifamily housing situation at some part of Houston, and maybe you have a low voltage issue that you want to discharge those batteries to help from a reactive power compensation standpoint but you can't access those if it's stovepipe proprietary, can't get into that platform. So I think, for sure, interoperability, it's a bigger issue than just as an ancillary service. Now, as a NOE who wants to also participate in the market, it's an issue because I just, testified last Friday with Greg about how a big portion of the storage capacity, the market research shows that Tesla is 60% of the behind the meter energy storage. So if that's a proprietary system that's very hard to get into, a whole bunch of people on this call will not be able to participate. That's a blockage to the market. And so having an interoperable system that people could all have somewhat open access to, that creates more of a market opportunity. So I think, in that perspective, I'm talking more like an REP, although I don't claim to be one. And so I think, for those two reasons, really, like that's why TDUs want to study density, because we then would need to, if I talk to our engineers, they want to be able to engage with these assets, thermostats, batteries, et cetera, EV chargers. And so the more interoperability we have, the more easier to access these assets. And the danger is at this stage in the pilot, whatever we set tends to become the reality. What we do today is what will be in 10 years, right? And so I think we really have to be careful and think about that. And so I'm all in favor of interoperability, open access to all the platforms.
And then, sorry, I dropped off for some reason during your comments, but I understand them, what I heard. TDUs may not be able to use these assets the same way as the co-ops and municipal utilities, just because we can't use resources for some of the same reasons why you could. But what idea do you have to address the interoperability issue? Because that's really, I think, what we have to make decisions on. It is an issue, but do you have thoughts on how to take steps to address it?
Yeah, I think they're out there. There was the proceeding on 1547-2018 at the Utility Commission. I think we should make a recommendation on that. IEEE 2030, I think we should study and make a recommendation on that. I think those two things right there get us, maybe to the, at least in the red zone, and we could score a touchdown pretty easy from there. And I think, that's my recommendation right there.
Got it. JT?
Yeah, and John, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think I want the group here, because maybe not everybody's familiar with this. I know my friends at Octopus and my brother John over at AutoGrid right now could probably attest this. There's two things that you have to keep in mind when it comes to interoperability. There's the technical side of it, which, quite frankly, most things can interoperate with one another, right, through an industry standard. Open ADR has been around for a long time. 2030.5, should actually probably, my personal opinion, be the one to go through over 1547. But then there's the commercial side of it, right? And being able to actually have, you could talk to an asset all day long because you use an open standard, but because there's no commercial arrangement between you and that third party, through API fees, et cetera, you don't have access to that, right? Like I can talk to I'll give you an example. I can talk to everything downstream on Residio's platform that they aggregate, but I have to then have a commercial arrangement with Residio for every single opportunity that is out there, whereby there's a negotiated fee structure and all of that. And sometimes the aggregator downstream, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and they don't want to go into a commercial arrangement. So as we enter into this kind of interoperability kind of discussion, I'm all for standards. I think that's the only way to go. There should be nothing proprietary. And that includes people wanting to talk to our stuff. And so the northbound, what we call the northbound integration, but we have to address that commercial side of it as well, because nothing is for free. Right. And I do know that in other states that I'm hearing about, especially in the Northeastern corridor, there are utilities that are actually thinking about going the regulatory route to make APIs a capped mandated fee, that it can't be an exorbitant amount that prices everybody else out in a non-competitive nature. So just something that, as we kind of get into this, I just want to kind of bring forward to the rest of the team here.
Got it. Thanks, JT. Rajiv?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton to add to what both JT and John sort of credibly said. In our view, if we're talking about trying to increase participation in this program, we want a competitive ecosystem, and I'm talking from the rep perspective here. And I think interoperability is sort of crucial to that, where you see a significant amount of the resources, especially the battery resources we're talking about in this market, behind walled garden. I can't really think of any good policy reason why we wouldn't kind of want to be embracing that here. There's also sort of the potential of stranded assets, which we've seen in other contexts, like EV chargers when they were first sort of nascent into the market. And that's one of the reasons why there's open communication standards widely adopted for EV chargers in many jurisdictions. So I would add that perspective. I think in terms of the actual standard, my understanding is 1547, IEEE 1547 references 2030.5, but doesn't require, there's sort of other options in 1547 for interoperability. We know that other jurisdictions have adopted 2030.5 as the interoperability standard. We'd just like to see one of the two in there. And also second JT's point on the API sort of pricing.
Got it. Thank you, Jaden.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a whole lot to add here, but I want to say that, like, from our perspective, like, what the standard is less important than there being a standard, and both of those are less important than the point that Jonathan Thompson made about the cost. We can access, there are many technologies we can access right now that we can enter into a commercial arrangement. We could do it, and we don't, because there's no commercial viability in doing it based on those fees. So even if we implement all the standards that we want and we have the best standard in place, you can effectively go around that by charging too much for for API fees. And this is really more of a problem for smaller customers, for residential customers, for small commercial customers than it is for larger commercial and industrial customers, because usually you can't even credibly charge a price that is too high for an API fee for like to access an industrial customer system that, industrial customers are much more savvy. They're not going to buy a system that they're not going to be able to utilize how they want. This really becomes more of an issue again for those smaller customers, for residential and commercial customers who are effectively prohibited from participating, because even if you have a standard, nobody's going to put them in the market other than the OEM, and very few OEMs are participating in this pilot.
Got it. So let me ask some questions, and Rajiv, I see your hand up again.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I wanted to save this for sort of the later discussion on the caps, but I'll just throw this out there too. I mean, from our perspective, I think interoperability at a minimum has to come in conjunction with any sort of cap changes, because of sort of the competitive concerns around raising, especially the cap on any individual rep and sort of the size. I think to me, it should go first, but at a minimum, I don't feel like we could be open from our perspective to a cap change without sort of resolving interoperability in tandem.
John?
I didn't want it to seem like Bandera Electric or any NOE would want to pay whatever they could for an API fee. So I just wanted to second everything JT and Jaden and Rajiv said about cost, because that is a huge concern. It's not necessarily addressed in the standards like Jaden so artfully said, that it is less about, really we could access most, but there are some who won't provide any access, but we could access a lot, but it's just not worth the cost. So I just want to make sure that, as a third point, that cost is a huge concern and should be considered by this task force.
Got it. And just from a tactical perspective, because I'm not as technically familiar with these standards, where would they be adopted? In the ERCOT governing document, or where would that be?
That's the $64,000 question right there.
Well, I
think
think
that's certainly something that would need to be discussed. Like that, I'm not. Again, I'll let the lawyers opine on this. This is kind of a new one where you're talking about the cost of access. That seems like new territory to me, but I could definitely be wrong.
Yeah, maybe set aside the cost first, and if you're talking about the IEEE standards.
I mean, I think it's an interconnection issue. So it would be I think it would be a utility commission issue on the interconnection to the extent, on the competitive side. And, typically the NOEs will somewhat mimic and mirror what the utility commission opines on from interconnection. But of course, I think some of us are already thinking about that to a certain extent on interconnection, but it doesn't matter if no one's going to give you access anyways, because there's not really unless the utility commission comes in and really says to do this, it wouldn't matter for us, small rural electric co-ops that no one's going to give us access just because we implemented that standard in our interconnection requirements.
That's a good point. From the perspective of a pilot, though, does ERCOT and the task force have the ability to make it a condition of phase 2 participation?
Yeah, like a resource requirement,
right?
A participating resource requirement for getting into the aggregation. Is that it could be also a way to evaluate the appropriateness of one standard versus the other through the lens of this pilot, like a synergy for the PUC.
It does feel like it would be within the scope of this pilot, because if it was a condition of participation and then we saw a lot of increased participation, I think kind of tangential to a point John made earlier, as early requirements go, so goes like final participation. And so I think like doing it within the pilot is a good way to assess whether it actually does bring more resources to the market.
Catherine?
Yeah, I think I would need to think about this some more, but so you're saying, could the pilot itself dictate certain standards that are that all resources have to meet? But did I hear also that even if that happened, it might be these API fees might be still too high to spur participation? Like, what is the fix for that?
That's where I'm baffled.
Okay.
I think it is very much a barrier, and it's very much an issue to be resolved. And I'm flummoxed as to where the resolution would lie for what one entity will charge another entity for access.
I think it goes back. I mean, this is just my non-well thought out thought, but it may go back to what Rajiv mentioned before, is that you tie it to something else, in terms of the participation cap for that entity in the pilot, as a gating item for moving to something else in the pilot. I don't think you could otherwise just mandate it. It's almost creating the market rules that incent that behavior if that's what the behavior is that we want to incent, right? So, any other thoughts on that? I appreciate the discussion. You know, on Tiffany's sheet, we've got essentially a voting column, and Greg, I'll get to you in a second. You know, I think that I'm not sure it's fair to ask people to take a position today on these things. I think it's maybe more fair to see them all written down, and then you know, we've got time set aside next week where we can maybe essentially vote on these items, right? Because we do need to move some things forward. Is that what people are most comfortable with? You know, seeing it, taking a look at it, seeing if there's something that we forgot. I don't want to put people on the spot, but I want progress, but I want it to be reasonable. So I don't see any objection to that. So we'll maybe that'll be a to-do coming out of this meeting, is that everybody needs to take this list back, and let's be ready to make some decisions to see if we can get to an agreement on things. Greg?
Yeah, I think this topic merits a sub-meeting, particularly with those who seem to want to tie participation to open access to certain controls. I'm trying to draw parallels here. So, and I come from the gen side. I'm trying to imagine if someone said that, you know, GE turbine controls had to be made public before another GE turbine could interconnect to a grid. That would be problematic. And I don't necessarily think the task force is a place to resolve those types of conflicts. But I do think it would be appropriate for those who are clearly clamoring for a solution to maybe have a sub-meeting. And I'll share my contact info in the chat, but I'd at least expect Jaden, Rajiv, and JT to be interested. Anyone else who's interested to, please give me a shout. Thanks.
Yeah, why do y'all plan to? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick, we do have DER interconnection rulemaking project open right now. It's 54233, and there has been limited discussion about interoperability in that project, but you guys could definitely bring it up there as well. And then also, as I'm taking notes, if you think I missed anything, just drop it in the chat. Thanks.
Jaden?
Yeah, just a real quick note. I think, you know, while I definitely appreciate Greg's parallel to GE turbines, I will say that customers who buy these technologies are often buying them on the promises of what they can do for themselves, for the environment, for the grid, all sorts of things. And as we're talking to customers, a lot of them are surprised that there is a block in their being able to do that unless they do it directly through the OEM, or in some cases, you know, the OEM isn't even doing it. And so their ability to participate is somewhat hampered relative to what they thought they were buying. So I'm glad to hear there is a rulemaking on this. And I think that that's probably a very appropriate place for a lot of us who are very interested in this to also be very active in terms of addressing the issue.
Yeah, so maybe one thing that I'd ask as you take this back and think about it, and please have offline conversations to inform your thoughts between now and next week. You know, if the right place to address it is in a rulemaking, and the task force just needs to wait for that to play out, and stakeholders can comment how they want in the rulemaking, and we just stay out of it, I think that's a perfectly fine path. But we also have in our charter a process to escalate issues to the commission that we can't reach majority consensus on if those issues, in our opinion, impede a successful pilot. And I think we should think about, does this fall within that category as well, right? So Mariah, I see your hand. Mariah, are you there? You're not muted, but we can't hear you. Greg?
Aiden, you poked the beast. I feel obliged to respond to
Anything?
you because, go ahead.
Now?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. All right, sorry. I did just want to note that in 54233 and Mariah Benson Commission staff, 54233, we are getting ready to file a PFP, which once that is filed, anything we would want to add into it upon adoption would need to be taken up in the PFP. So those of you interested in potentially including something like this, we need to know before the PFP is filed.
Thank you for that. Greg?
I think I'll engage in our sub meeting. I'm just surprised I haven't gotten an email from Jaden yet.
I'll definitely send you an email shortly. Didn't mean to
Thank you.
didn't mean to poke the hornet's nest.
No, that's quite all right. We'll talk soon.
And that's why this task force exists, to take on the hard issues. And I appreciate everybody's professionalism as we work through it for the benefit of the pilot program. And thank y'all for the discussion so far. And we'll pick it up next time, Rajiv.
Oh, just noting, we did file comments kind of raising the interconnection issue in the context of 54233, in case anyone wants to read them.
Got it. Yeah, so like I said before, come next time, thinking about where should the discussion be in that rulemaking? Should the discussion be a separate item that we continue taking up? I'm not afraid of taking on the hard issues, but if the hard issues are going to already be addressed somewhere else, we don't have to get sidetracked by it. But I did want to have this discussion for us to figure out what we want to do on this issue, because it's time for us to tackle it one way or another. So appreciate that. And if you think it's something that we need to take on, Tiffany's put some steps that we could take to address it. You will no doubt think of other steps. So please bring those next time too, and we'll go through all of that, because especially as you go back and talk to your teams about these things, other ideas will pop into your mind. So do we need to talk about anything else on interoperability right now? The couple other items I had put on the agenda for discussion related to other ancillary services, whether it's ECRS or whatever we want to talk about, and the caps. So we've got 40 minutes left. We might be able to talk about them both, but we might only be able to do one. So what's the pleasure of the group? Talk about other ancillary services first, or talk about caps?
Talk about other ancillary services.
There you go. I see heads shaking up and down. So Greg, thank you. So who wants to kick this off?
I can start if it pleases the group.
Yep.
So we've discussed exploring the opportunity to provide ECRS. ECRS in the context of its performance is very comparable to that of non-spin. And in many instances, the performance standard for duration is lower, or in all instances, I should say. So we would like to explore, with ERCOT's consent, how to provide ECRS with some limits that ERCOT feels is suitable. And I'll just add part of some of the earlier discussion. Every time we add an ancillary service to our control systems, it's very much in beta. It's very much an opportunity for us to explore how our devices interact with certain obligations, so that we can package them in interest of developing a third-party solution. Still very much in beta, and these beta opportunities give us the engineering exercises to further develop our control systems and get more utility out of a device.
Got it. Thank you. Jade?
Right. I am delighted to be able to wholeheartedly agree with Greg on this one. And, you know, without kidding, we do think that being able to provide additional ancillary services, particularly ECRS, would increase participation. You know, from our perspective, we see a whole lot of value in using these types of resources within our own book to, you know, to mitigate the risk within our own book. And, you know, from an energy perspective, we can capture 100% of the value without additional cost by doing that within our own book. For non-spin, there is value there, but there's a lot of additional engineering work, a lot of, you know, a lot of other work that has to go into doing that. And while non-spin prices aren't trivial, they haven't been enough to really push us into building that portfolio. But something like ECRS that does have the different duration requirements that Greg mentioned, and that frankly is a very big, or has this the past summer, was a very big cost adder for us as a rep. If we could participate within ECRS, we could effectively self-arrange ancillaries and reduce, you know, the impact of our exposure to those costs. There would be a very natural and real incentive for us to want to put together as big of a portfolio as, you know, the technologies that we work with are able in order to provide that.
Got it. Thank you. Let me ask two questions, and then I see Joel has his hand up. Is it your proposal, and you and Greg both, I guess, that we add ECRS and also keep non-spin, or just get rid of non-spin and go to ECRS? Like, what would the proposal be? Is it in addition to or instead of?
I would propose in addition to. I don't see value in removing that. If there are resources that can provide that, there's value to the system, and obviously value to those participants in doing it. I think adding ECRS would be valuable because it, you know, to Greg's point, it has similarities to non-spin, but it's not, you know, it isn't identical, and it is another ancillary that is a big cost. So I think being able to add it and allowing resources that have different capabilities to provide one or the other ancillary service could even better fulfill the charter of the pilot, in order to see, you know, what are we seeing from these resources? What are they actually doing? What are they capable of doing? And how is that working in the system?
Got it. And then
Yeah,
my second, go ahead.
I was just agreeing with Jaden. I don't think we started with non-spin to graduate to ECRS. I think we learned non-spin because it was the lowest risk ancillary service, and want to sharpen our tool set, keeping the opportunity to provide non-spin as well.
Got it. And then the second question I have, just thinking outside the box, because I know there are, well, we haven't heard in terms of what ERCOT thinks about this, but thinking about other options, and I know it doesn't fit exactly, it doesn't fit well maybe in the TDU load management programs right now, but could these assets participate in those kinds of programs to help with the economics of participation, where, you know, right now those programs pay load to come off. They could be designed to compensate. Well, you could think about how to use these resources in that kind of a program for an additional source of revenue, instead of advancing to ECRS, maybe in addition to, right? I just want to make sure that we consider if part of the challenge of participation is creating economic signals for participation, is ECRS or other ancillary services by ERCOT the only path to get those economic signals, right? Are there other things? So that's just a thing for us to think about. Feel free to react Jaden or Greg now, but I just wanted to throw that out there that there may be several avenues for us to contemplate.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the only way to do it. Whatever the signal is needs to be more valuable than whatever I can do with these same resources within my own book. I mean, it's kind of that's kind of my guidepost is it more valuable for me just to manage my own resources within my own book, or is there some value that I can provide to my customers and to myself in doing it through the pilot?
Got it. All right, we've got 4 hands up. So Joel.
Hi, thanks, Jason. Thanks, everyone. Just want to offer some support on the ECRS point. I think, one of like the accompanying changes that ERCOT made in parallel to express their comfort with provision of non-spin from distributed resources was NPRR 1171. I think we'd like to probably see a similar type of effort in parallel with the ECRS discussion here as part of the pilot discussion. And I guess just as an FYI, it's something we've been discussing with ERCOT staff about moving forward. And I guess just one other thought on other ancillary services. Well, with the provision of non-spin, I guess one area of potential expansion for how we provide non-spin, we were looking at NPRR 1131 to see if an ADER that's participating as an aggregated load or getting modeled as an ALR might qualify to be treated as online non-spin and have access to the $75 per megawatt hour bid floor. We think that'll be a positive development and really get some resources over the hurdle in terms of economics for participation. That's been like the question of the economics has been the key barrier, for Enchanted Rock for sure in bringing our sub 1 megawatt sites into the program.
Got it. Thank you. Raji?
Sorry, I had to get off mute. Just wanted to kind of second the comments that have been made on ECRS. I think we'd be very interested in seeing it expanded there. And I think, Jason, to your question, dual participation between the TDU programs and ancillaries, I mean, it would take some rolling up our sleeves, I would surmise, in terms of figuring out the hierarchy so you're not double counting. But I feel like it would probably be worthwhile to explore, just for the same reasons that everyone's saying. You're improving the economic value proposition, and thereby what we can offer our customers to kind of induce their participation.
Yeah, and I threw that out just as an idea that came to mind. It may be a terrible one and one that's not doable, but happy to explore that further. Ned?
Thanks, Jason. Just kind of hearing a lot of the different discussion points today, it seems like it probably bears just taking a step back and thinking about one of the purposes of the pilot is to, I think, build a sustainable market, a path to the market for ADERs rather than subsidizing the market entry of ADERs. Right, you want it to be something that is self-sustaining and not, reliant upon subsidies over the, over the long haul. So, to that extent, certainly having access to, if ERCOT is comfortable with it, obviously, access to ECRS would be a natural, logical progression. And I think, preferable to, for instance, having, subsidization of participation through, say, the energy efficiency programs. I also suspect, and I don't want to go too far out on a limb here and speak for ERCOT, but I suspect that there would be concerns about the ability. Actually, this may be for y'all, because I think it would probably impact y'all's program, y'all's demand response programs equally. If you get into a period where the TDU load management programs are being deployed, I suspect that means that you're also in a period where the ancillary services have likely been released for scarcity, and so you can only use that megawatt once.
Very good, sir. Christina?
Yeah, Jason, thanks for bringing up this topic. It's one that we've been thinking a lot about in terms of how does all this work together, right? And so, your TDU load management programs under, PUR and the commission rules, make it clear that, if you're in a TDU load management program, you can't be in ERCOT capacity-based program, right? Like those two things cannot overlap. But I think it's been almost like a decade now, but in the rulemaking, when we were kind of looking at a lot of this, the PUC did make clear that you could be in the load management programs with the TDU and still also participate in the energy market, but they sort of kicked down the road, what do you do about ancillary services? And I think they made that statement back in like 2012. And when they did kick the can down the road, they wanted to look at a global approach to ensuring those resources don't receive duplicative compensation. So not that you can solve all of the world's problems in like this task force, but that's probably worth a bigger discussion of, what gets to live where, and what can we do to not double count, which programs cannot ever overlap and which ones can. So if anyone's interested in that rulemaking, it was 39674, so down in the threes, but it was an issue that was teed up along the same lines of the ideas that Jason's talking about right now.
Thanks for the reminder of that project. Yeah, I guess I bring it up not necessarily, again, like I said, to advocate for it, but just as a example of where we should be thinking about lots of ways to bring solutions to the table. We may make it more complicated, and we may decide not to pursue things. But I guess I'm a fan of deciding not to pursue things versus not ever talking about them. And so I just welcome that brainstorming as we go through these various issues. I always like to call on my friends from ERCOT first to let them jump the line. So Resmi, if you're okay, I'll let Catherine chime in.
That's fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think there've been a lot of really good ideas and a lot of like thinking outside the box, so that's really great. It's just so I understand on this ECRS idea, people had talked about the inoperability problem and the API fees. Are you saying that with ECRS, for certain that then you would be able to overcome those obstacles, or is it still a problem? Because I know
I will say
ECRS
from our perspective, interoperability is definitely good, but I could put together a portfolio, for ECRS with assets that I'm currently using. Like they're currently capable of doing that. I just need the right economic signal to do that. ECRS is such a signal based on what we saw over this past summer.
Okay, so you would participate if the governing document was revised to allow that.
I can't imagine a scenario where I wouldn't do that. Yeah.
Okay. And I think, I had mentioned before, we haven't seen a lot of participation yet in what we have had. And so we would like to see more participation or have at least a longer period of time. What occurs to me with this chat or this I guess, chart that Tiffany, that you're doing, some of these items, it might be if you asked us next week, we might have a certain position, like we can't agree to this at this time, but it's going to evolve over time for many of us, I think. So that might be an item.
That's fair. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, I skipped over resume.
So my comment was similar to what Catherine was asking. So having ECRS is not necessarily just for another revenue stream, but it also provides the service provider opportunity to explore other ancillary service and develop that their expertise in providing that service using ADER. So that's one help. And then other is the cost of the APIs and the fees. When you split it across multiple services, it reduces and it helps. So we support expanding it to the ECRS as well.
Thank you. John?
I wanted to respond to Catherine. I mean, I think ECRS makes, so within the NOE territory where, a large amount of the storage devices are just kind of blocked off in this, walled garden perspective, whatever is the metaphor there. But it still makes it hard to get enough of an aggregation to participate even in ECRS. I think it makes it easier, and I support that. Like everyone, I'm kind of on the same page as far as, let's open up ECRS. But I don't know that they're necessarily not related. I do think we should try to make the universe as open as possible because for our rural customers, well, I mean, we've heard all along we want to get every megawatt on the grid. And so we should, isn't that our mission? Let's get every megawatt on the grid. And that means we really need to consider interoperability, and we shouldn't necessarily separate those issues because it's all kind of intertwined.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that is I wouldn't view it as sort of an either or. Right. I think you're hearing from Jaden, yes, if ECRS were on, we'd be participating, but that participation could be more fulsome, if you will, if you're addressing the interoperability issue. Or John's ability to participate at all could hinge more on interoperability. It depends on sort of the universe of resources that you have access to in the beginning, as well as sort of the potential to derive value from them.
Got it. Jake?
Yeah, to largely second that. I don't want to make one conditional on the other, because then we end up with neither, potentially. They are both important issues, and I would encourage us to explore them separately. I agree with the points that there would be more participation with interoperability, but I don't want one to block the other, because like I said, I do believe that we could, with the same resources we're currently using within our own book, use those resources for ECRS and have the appropriate pricing signal to do it. And I would really like the ability to test that hypothesis out.
Got it. Greg?
I see we're capturing this interoperability issue on a few different sites. And the last three speakers, can we make a list of companies that you wish to resolve interoperability with and capture that in here? Rajiv, you want to start?
You're calling on me to name every company that's behind a walled garden. I'll get back to you on it, Greg. Thank you.
Oh, I was just saying as part of the pilot.
I think Tesla is definitely one of them. So I guess I could start the list there.
Jaden, John, anyone to add?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on with Rajiv on that. It's over I think I said the other day, over 60% of our behind the meter storage devices are Tesla. And the other 40% are 14 different manufacturers. So if we could reach out to that and solve that issue, I think makes ECRS easier for us to access and all the other services. So for sure, yeah, Tesla.
Okay.
Yeah, from our perspective, like I don't want to call out like specific manufacturers. I think if it's a standard, it's a standard. And so for me, it's like I don't have a particular problem right now with one over others. Like we, you know, within our portfolio through other partners, yes, we see Teslas and we see Generacs and we see lots of other different manufacturers as well. And so for me, if we're talking about interoperability, like I don't see one company as being a particular problem. I see a lack of a standard as an issue if there's one to be, you know, if there's one to be resolved.
Okay,
and
that's fair.
Yeah. So like I don't. My goal here isn't to poke any individual company, right? I think it's just if there's going to be a standard, we just need to talk about it in terms of all companies and not forcing it on one company.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I'm glad it's not just one company, even though one company was named more often than others. I appreciate that our devices are proliferating across the state of Texas, and we certainly want to engage everyone who has the ability to manage one of those devices as soon as practical. But practicality means that we have to have the opportunity through the pilot to develop the controls to effectuate these services. So I've heard some suggestions that certain participants be capped until they grant such operability. I've heard standards and I've heard cost caps on APIs. And those really sound like competitive issues. And when a singular company is being held hostage to resolve those in a form like this, I think it goes against the standard that we opened with in terms of how we engage with each other in this context. So make no mistake, Tesla wishes to engage every entity that has the ability to manage a customer who has a device in a way that preserves the customer experience, is robust, is reliable, and is compatible with ERCOT systems. I spent the morning half of my day resolving the issues that ERCOT's flagged in the past 60 days on our operations such that we can develop a more perfect product. Because without the opportunity to test and operate and have access to these services, there's no way we can reliably provide this for ourselves, much less anyone else. So I appreciate all of you who understand that this is an opportunity for all OEMs to grow, all OEMs to open up, all OEMs to share. It's very important to us. The proliferation of VPPs throughout Texas is much more important to us than the proliferation of devices through our portfolio, as we have many more devices in Texas than we do have the ability to control, particularly within non-competitive territories. It's just a matter of making certain that our control systems are robust before we develop a third-party experience and make that available to the public. It's no different if a driver of a Tesla were dissatisfied with the price of self-driving. I'm sure that they wish they could buy that from Waymo, Ford, or another manufacturer that has competing self-driving technology. When in fact, this is still a beta. This is still something that we're perfecting. This is still a technology that lives within the device and our servers and our capabilities as we perfect our ability to make it available to more consumers. So, if we're trying to single out a company when we address these issues, I suggest we do that in a different forum. And I would really appreciate, since it sounds like there's more than a dozen companies that are similarly situated, that we focus on the capabilities and opportunities we need to develop the hardware that we need and software that we need to offer to everyone and move forward.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I feel like in some ways I was solicited into singling out a company. My intention is not to single out a company. I agree with Jaden. This is about kind of creating a standard in an open marketplace. So if you feel singled out, Greg, that's not the intention here. Moreover, I would just iterate that sort of standards and interoperability has been part of this industry for a very long time. I think interoperability has been something specifically in this space that is being implemented elsewhere, where these resources across a variety of manufacturers exist today, and they're finding ways to comply with it. So I don't necessarily think operationalizing these resources by an OEM is like a necessary precursor to creating the open access and sort of interoperability across the marketplace. I don't agree with that suggestion. These resources have been around for some time, and it isn't sort of one or the other.
All right, John, and then we're gonna start to bring ourselves to a close.
Yeah, I would echo, just want to follow up. I feel like I'm just kind of quoting Rajiv on this, but I do feel like, I mean, we have a forum here, and we're not trying to pick on anyone. And I'm sure we're all here, we're all professionals, and we can take some licks if the data shows it. As a rural electric co-op, as a NOE, we provide interconnection to anybody who meets our standards and wants to interconnect. And because of that, we have knowledge of what manufacturers are out there on our grid. And the question was asked, are you having trouble with any one particular manufacturer? And the answer is yes. Who is that? I answered the question. The other manufacturers that we've reached out to trying to put together a program have all made it easy. Even the manufacturer I mentioned 5 years ago offered API access to the platform. So I don't think anyone's trying to, at least I'm not trying to breach any collegiality or decorum that we're having in this forum, but I think we have to talk about the issues. And the issues are what's impeding progress, what's keeping every megawatt from reaching the grid, and what are some solutions. And I offered some solutions, and those can be discussed and we can consider it. But I think that, today that's the issue, and that's what we should address in this forum.
Yeah, thanks, John. Ned, I'll go to you, and then I'm going to move on.
I'll try to give you a segue, Jason. So it sounds to me like, kind of going back to my earlier comment about trying to find market solutions, to support the pilot. What I'm hearing a lot of today is there is a supply and a demand. There's supply and demand, potential for improvement that would help to bring more ADRs to market. And, that's really what I think folks are trying to grasp, is how do we get more of these in the queue and start really, pushing the boundaries of the pilot, getting more concentration and addressing all of the questions that was originally teed up, better market incentives, or, the ability to explore better market revenue incentives, and then, unlocking the potential for existing resources, recognizing that there's not a huge scale in the in the customer base currently. So you do have some concentration, and if you want to unlock those, we've got to find a way to address the interoperability issue. Hopefully working together for the common interest of supporting this this pilot. So I don't know if that helps kind of tie it back together, and I can hand it back to you to close us out.
No, I appreciate that, those comments, and appreciate the discussion, and really appreciate Tiffany keeping notes for us as we went through that, because it's going to be incredibly helpful. Tiffany's going to drop that document into Teams, and also I think email it around to folks. So thank you very much for keeping us on track, Tiffany. So we didn't touch on everything. So we need to talk about caps, and then we need to talk about governing document changes at some point. But I feel like we talked about enough today, and we're getting close to the end of our time. So as a reminder, I asked you all to take a look at Tiffany's notes. We need to make some decisions on paths forward at the next workshop, if we can. I never want to rush people. So if we're not ready to make those decisions at the next meeting, we won't force you to make them. But keep in mind the need to make some progress on these. We do have a placeholder on task force member calendars for next Thursday. If we believe that that's a good time to reconvene and either take up some decision making on paths forward on what we talked about, or at least close out the rest of the discussion, I'll go ahead and provide public notice of that workshop so everybody else can participate as well. And then we may need, I know I've invited some NOEs and reps and others to come and talk about some barriers to participation. In addition to what we've already talked about, we may have some of those folks participate as well. But November 2nd and then maybe November 10th, which is not yet on your calendar, trying to, before Thanksgiving, close some things out and allow us, if we think we need to, take any issues up before the end of the year with PUC. I put on the calendar there the next TAC meeting, the next ERCOT board meeting. I'm not sure that we're barreling towards something that needs to be taken up by PUC, TAC, and ERCOT, but wanted to put that there for your awareness because maybe we are, right? So we'll go ahead and get those, the November 2nd date put out there to the public. We'll schedule November 10th. I don't think we should do the 17th. It's a little close to Thanksgiving, but we'll do that if we have to. And then task force meeting, official quarterly meeting on December 15th is kind of what I'm thinking about. So please also think about that. Email me if that just does not work for you. It will be an in-person virtual combo like we've done before, so people don't have to travel for that. We've got 5 minutes left, so let me ask if there are any comments or questions about the next couple of meetings or upcoming schedule or anything else that y'all want to add before we close out. All right, pretty straightforward. So look for those calendar invites. Again, I appreciate everybody's efforts here. It may not seem like it, but I think we've done the easy work to date, and now it's time for some of the hard work. And so I appreciate everybody sticking in there with these discussions and continuing to do what you do for the benefit of all Texans, which is at a high level what we're here for. So with that, I'll close it out unless somebody has anything they want to say.
Great discussion. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you.
See you next week.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right.